Yellow. Yellow. So, so. So, panoorin tong interview ni Zizaran dun sa mga devs habang naglalaro.
So hopefully not. But yeah, I'm ready to start. I'll do just like a quick intro and then we go. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan.
Ang issue kasi, sobrang ang daming napapangitan dun sa bagong patch ngayon dahil ang dami nilang nerf. Sobrang halos lahat ng gumaganang builds dati nerf nila. Tapos ang daming kalokohan sa yung monster, tinaasan yung HP ng monster, tapos biglang binaba, tapos biglang tinaas ulit. Ano mo yan? Malabo. So, yun ang ano yun? Feeble. Oh, shoot. Enfeeble. Lowering their damage and accuracy. Ako po, suba natin talaga to. Ayoko na yan. Enfeeble. Dali lang. Kuha tayo madaming maps. Ayaw natin ito. Ayaw natin ito kasi increase monster damage. Masakit. Teka lang. Increase rarity. Ignite. 191% crit chance, crit so damage increase din to. Generally, iniiwasan natin yung mga ito pwede na to. Iniiwasan natin yung mga maps na may sobrang sobrang masakit na mga apex kasi wala. Google Pahin din tayo. Temporal chains. Anong ginagawa ng temporal chains? Slowed by 34%. Iyak. Ayaw din natin nun. That means hindi natin maiiwasan yung mga stuff sa lupa, which means tamaan tayo. Siguro okay na to. 28% monster 28% increase ng monster damage. Subukan natin. Actually, subukan natin. Isang mapang yan. Tingnan natin kung kaya nating tiisin. Sino yan? Malamang sa malamang mamatay tayo dito pero so, tuloy natin interview. Yun nga, so galit lahat ng mga tao kasi ang daming na-nerf tapos para hindi kasi ganito yung PoE1. Sa PoE1 kasi sa umpisa basically mas madali lahat. And then in short, sobrang nahihirapan yung mga tao to the point na sinasabi nila hindi na nila na
Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of JGG, and yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah. No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on.
Tapos yung nag-i-interview, itong si Zizaran, veterano ng Path of Exile 1 yan. Parang launch pa lang ng Path of Exile 1, andun na siya. So, teka, ba't may ganun sa likod natin? Ano to? Yung VTuber. May umiikot na ano. Veterano na siya ng PoE 1, so siya yung
And obviously,
nag-i-interview.
we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that there isn't really an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately, we want to get the smooth progression where you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And you have to have that progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So it really comes down to okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, well, what build is it? And then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. We just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's almost the reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or when you're doing test runs, how long do you?
My
take
God,
for the
wala
first
akong
campaign
magawa.
run?
I actually haven't measured that on the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. The number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, doing that, I might only do that that full run 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Much more often I'm either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But as I said, I don't know that the time. The thing is, the presupposition with this question is that that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So
Gusto ko yung point niya doon. So, ang question is gano'ng katagal nyo ba balak tapusin ng isang tao ang campaign bago sila makadating sa endgame? Kasi, yung mga sanay sa PoE 1, oras lang talaga ang campaign. Siguro, 3 oras, 4 na oras, tapos na sila. Dahil kabisado na nila, alam na nila lahat gagawin, alam na nila kung saan dadaan, yung mga ganon. So, isa yan sa mga kinaasar nila na parang sobrang tagal bago namin matapos yung campaign. And ewan ko, sa akin naman, parang agree ako dun sa sinasabi nung Deb na irrelevant naman kung gaano katagal tapusin yung campaign so long as nag-e-enjoy ka, right? So, ang problema is hindi gaano katagal yung campaign. Ang problema is bakit sa hindi fun? Bakit kayo hindi nag-enjoy? So, pag inayos namin yung bakit kayo hindi nag-enjoy, okay na dapat. Doesn't matter kung abutin kayo ng matagal sa campaign.
That's why, when we're okay, people are saying we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's well, what amount of, I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun. and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts us a little bit like when it comes to communication with the community, like people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that, so we're going to look at like here, like, so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, we'll look at Act 3, we'll look at the reasons why it might be bad, we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time, or in this case it definitely will, like it's shortened it by a lot, but the, you know, and then, but to me it's like, the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, you know, like this is, you know, this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or the area doesn't, you know, like the area despawns, and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do, and so that's what we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Tama. Wala dapat, or hindi specifically dapat time related yung enjoyment doon sa campaign. Dapat 10 hours lang tapos na lahat sa campaign, otherwise hindi tayo nag-enjoy. Yun yung point. Kaso nga lang, syempre itong mga streamer, ang problema nila is nakakatamad panoorin yung campaign. And sa totoo lang, feeling ko isa yun sa mga malalaking reason kung bakit bad trip. Oh, bad trip yung mga streamer lalo kasi ang baduy stream. 3 araw na, nasa campaign ka pa rin. Gusto nila ipakita yung endgame. Alam mo yun? Gusto nilang pakita dun sa mga nanonood yung super mga endgame na item na nabubuo. Kung nasa campaign ka lang, tapos parang ang nilalaro mo yun, nananalo lang ng normal. Hindi magandang content. So kaya feeling ko kung ba't yamot din sila sa game ngayon.
Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, among with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
well, the thing I would say about that.
I would like to finish.
Sure. Okay.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not
Oh shit! Nagkakainitin agad.
expecting that. So a lot of
we
people are
weren't intending
wondering
to nerf the
if
campaign, to be clear.
that was going to be my
That was
question.
not our
Okay.
intention.
So
Yeah, we
so
were
we
not
should be more
intending that. Like,
powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like the as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. Like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get the like your items and stuff like that. Like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
Speaking bluntly,
yeah,
right? Like
I mean-
the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck
yes.
up. Yes.
Yes, those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so
We,
easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of a, and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like, it's early access, so we're allowed, but we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And the stuff like that, like, let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like, we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare
Laban
minion
pa.
life. It was like, what the, why are now, I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, it doesn't, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare, and then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it, but it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that if, and this is the question that
Oh
I
my
have,
God.
is that like if people are still
Meron
having
din siya.
a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them, and then they still remember that the experience was bad, and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like, we have to find where they are, because I don't don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
there might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're
Hang
talking...
on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay,
It's-
sure. But what I'm saying is that, so this is an
Well,
example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But
then
we
no,
are
because
weaker now,
we
right? A
didn't do
lot of
that. But if you're
skills...
saying that's bad, I mean that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like, you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are
So
the main problem, right? Like, if you're seeing
So we
like
can-
clips...
Yeah. So let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the
Uho, yamot sila lahat.
issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like, it's just 100% the case. Like, you cannot, if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like, they don't, like, effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not.
Paano you can run past them? Eh, yun nga yung sinabi, mas mabilis nga yung monster kaysa sa player. Anong run past them? Eh, ilang monster ang nagtatatalon, nagte-teleport. Tapos pag teleport sa'yo, i-slow ka.
Not. And like, I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like, I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like, when you go to the last areas of Act 2. Like, the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning
I mean,
there.
to get more specific, like I have someone right now literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my
Teka lang, balik tayo dito sa game. So, nabuhay tayo dun sa may extra damage na map. Gusto ko i-try ito. Pahirap ng pahirap. Pag namatay, di namatay. Increase magic monster, pack size, chest. Ito ang masakit. Increase monster damage. Tapos nagbe-break din sila ng armor, which is my one and only defensive. Tapos, less recovery rate of life and shield. Meaning yung normal regen. Okay. So, ang hirap dapat na itong
intention
map na
after
to.
this is to go through, and so like I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
The
for
canopy.
sure.
The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed, and yeah.
I guess I'm
But
a
the thing,
little
but just to
well.
follow, just to continue with that though, because I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. But like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them. Bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gather and killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But I would, as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like it really isn't that great. In PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like I don't know how many years ago it was, like what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better.
Kasi
we had
malakas
there.
yung bawas
So
mo sa
like you
PoE.
absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
Like
If you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's it's just that like you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE 2 in general is that the target to hit is smaller. Like because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into is just that it's okay if everything if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like in PoE 1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario
my
where
God,
the game
lakas nila.
seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player because, like, if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so, like, what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things is like, if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I
Kasi ganun ang gusto ng mga veterano galing sa PoE 1. Yun yung hindi nila maamin na parang ang gusto nila wala talagang challenge. Kasi sa PoE 1 wala talagang challenge. Matcha-challenge ka lang pagdating mo sa high maps, pagdating mo sa bosses. Actually hindi pa nga high maps kasi pagdating sa high maps, knowledge yung kalaban ng mga bagong player eh. Ang daming alam ng mga veteranong PoE 1 player na mga pwede nilang gawin kung paano nila ayusin yung craft, ayusin yung item. Kasi sa PoE 1 talaga, ang isang item, kaya mo talagang buting-tingin lahat. As in lahat, kaya mong buting-tingin. And then yung mga veterano sa PoE 1, ano nila, alam nila lahat kung saan pipindutin. Yung mga bago, hindi. So, kaya lang sila nahihirapan. So, in the end, as long as alam mo lahat kung paano buting-tingin yung item, bali wala rin yung high maps. Talagang wala lang, dinadaanan lang nila habang kuda sila ng kuda sa stream. Kasi kabisado na nila lahat. San lang magiging mahirap? Sa mga pinnacle bosses. Kasi pagdating ng pinnacle bosses, ano na, ando na yung timing, ando na yung execution na ang ano, ang importante. Malaking part pa rin yung kabisado mo yung ginagawa ng pinnacle boss. So, ayan na naman yung mga veterano, bale wala na naman sa kanila yung kabisado mo yung gagawin kasi kabisado na nga nila. So, execution na lang. Nagkakamali na lang sila minsan, misclick, yung mga ganong shit, mistime, pero in the end, wala lang talaga, binablast lang nila yung buong game. Yung sinasabi ni Jonathan dito, gusto niya na parang, ayaw niya ng ganun. Gusto niya na may challenge talaga, mag-iisip ka talaga. Hindi lang sa pagbuting-ting ng items, umiikot yung buong game.
fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just gonna like lower everything and make it easy. And that once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it, and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for you know, like for, well, ideally for everyone, right? Like it should.
Yun ang issue. Ano ba ang definition ni Jonathan sa good experience? We like everyone to have a good experience. Ano ba ang definition sa kanya nun? My God, ubos ang ano ko. Ito naman ang ano ko dito. Problema ko dito. Parang ang hirap magkaroon ng defensives. O ano gagawin ko doon sa mga ganong hits? May 1,000 maliliit sumusugod sa'yo. May isang malaki na bunga bato ng one hit. Ubus ang pots. Pag dinaanan ko tong apoy na to, tostado ako. Ayan na, patay na ako. Whoop, GG. Oh, nausunog pa! Putang inang, ang lakas ng apoy masyado. 0 attempts. My God. Ayan. Yan. Ganon kalakas lahat. Tapos 0 attempts. Wala na, di mo na mabalikan. Di ko na makuha yung kung ano man dapat nakuha ko doon. Talaga bang ganon? Tapos ba't ako namatay? Kasi wala akong resistances. 25 resistances. Alam ko yung kailangan kong gawin. Kailangan ko magtaas ng resistance. Ang problema, hindi ko alam kung paano gagawin. Kasi walang tools. Sa PoE 1, merong NPC. Kakausapin mo. Malalagyan ng fire resistance yung item mo. Tapos mabubuhay ka sa ganun. Dito wala. So asan doon yung parang skill part? Ano kailangan ko dapat gawin? Dapat hindi ka tamaan ng bilog. Bilog eh. Wala akong dadaanan eh. Diba? Lumalapit yung monster. Gusto niya akong pukpukin. Pero gagawin ko. Hindi ko naman kayang tangkihin din yung pukpok niya. Dahil wala rin kwenta yung armor. Wala nga kwenta yung defensives. Feeling ko dapat dito, pakunatin nila ng konti pa yung mga ano. Pakunatin pa nila yung mga tao. Ano pa ba tayo? Temporal change na slow. Critical hit. Sige, try natin na i-try ang mga yan. Yung mga rare na map. Huwag maubos. May ano ba? May XP reduction ba? Tignan natin. POA 2. Death. Penalty. In the late game, death incurs 10% XP penalty. Oh, merong XP loss. Oh, ganun ba? Pucha, may XP loss pala. Ayoko na. Dahil may XP loss, ayoko na. Dito tayo sa mga, gumawa na lang tayo ng mga acceptable sa atin. Chance to bleed, okay lang. Increase quantity and rarity, yan. Ganyan ang mga gusto natin. Sayang po. Ano pang gusto natin puntahan dito? Wala na, pare-pareho na lang sila. Nilagyan ko yung tower natin ng pampataas ng level ng so, lahat ng may ganyan, +1 to monster level. 2. So, to, combo. Ito, ano to? Ito may boss, tsaka +1 monster level lahat. And then may bleed sila pag pinokpok nila tayo.
Be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counterplay, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that, because of what you mentioned with. Like the faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of
again,
the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant where. I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making monsters
won't that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it.
True.
Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore, and that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me, and I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters.
Right.
You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
the Farah didn't have a problem.
And then you get
there's the
so
Titan Valley
I've
as
seen
well.
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like
right.
So
Yeah.
that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different
Right.
things, and so I'm trying to understand what
Mhm.
you know, how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought,
Right.
Utsal, you've got Canopy. We're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there. We keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you thing, which is they're playing PoE 1. I think,
Yeah.
which I thought was
Yeah.
a funny comparison.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why, again, why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the
Okay.
things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get on to doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think
Okay yung sinabi nung si Mark, yung isang dev. Kasi okay nga na minsan merong mahirap. Okay na minsan merong mahirap, tapos dapat minsan may madali. Ang problema mostly ngayon is sunod-sunod na mahirap. Mahirap na map, mahirap sa boss, mahirap na map ulit, Puro ganun. Parang hindi dumadating dun sa part na walang part na relax. So bad trip nga kapag puro ganun.
that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for, I mean, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in this in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like once again you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
There's another thing you...
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, all sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in the situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like, as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out
Well-
everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster.
Yes,
Like,
it is.
If you've got
Yes,
stuff that's
it
fast, you
is.
don't use.
Yan ang ano, yan ang problema dyan kay Jonathan. It's not necessary daw na gamitin mo yung combo mo
Daddy.
every time. Eh, wala ka namang ibang damage eh. Oh. Ooh. Si ano yan? Ang tawag sa kanya?
Hyperpigmentation.
Hyperpigmentation. Ang kulit nung mga kulay niya. It's not necessarily the case that you have to do your combo every time. Yes, it is. Otherwise, walang bawas. Imagine niyo kung hindi ko ano to, hindi ko i-bone shatter tong master na to. Anong gagawin ko diyan? Normal attack ko. Ayan, 5 sila. Hindi niya gets. Hindi niya gets.
Combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like, the monsters have to be able, like, there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like, it's always an amount, right? Like, there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've we've been talking about, like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
Well, it's monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And like, we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like, there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like, kind of honestly, everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like, that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like, it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is, I know this is like way further away, but like, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like, you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that, like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for, like, not wanting to
Uy, level 15.
get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. It is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially even though warrior is or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds where like with maces it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage but 5% reduced attack speed, and reduced attack speed especially with all these combos can feel particularly bad compared to
Pwede na tayo
others. I would say like maces
mag-shield.
are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is the shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like he may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. Obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides. Where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2, like.
Yeah.
We didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree, but I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times, so
Yeah.
it'll find its sweet spot for sure, and it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt, and so
Well, we're
one
not,
of the-
we're not talking keys.
Sorry,
I
not
think
keys, sorry, I
everyone
didn't mean to
agrees.
say keystones. I said notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's
Yeah.
got the downside,
Yeah.
and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
And so,
good. I
like,
think it's the frequency
It's-
of
it's
them in
finding-
that part of the tree.
But I'm
is
saying
a
that you
bit-
can find another way maybe to do that, but it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like that is a thing that you do get. And that
That is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is
Right,
that
right.
the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and
Yeah.
whatnot. But especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like you're like, I definitely now can feel the difference, and I would say
49
a lot don't hit that
monsters.
mark.
Yeah.
Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there. So
So sinasabi nila gusto nila yung mga notable daw ramdam kagaya nito. Yung mga ganyan, yung mga medium na nodes. Ewan ko, sa akin naman, feeling ko, ramdam naman. Hindi siya game changer, hindi siya parang magbabago yung karakter mo pag pinili mo, pero ramdam. Kagaya na to, increase armor. Eto, 80% increase armor sa body armor. Ramdam naman. Kunwari, nagka-campaign ka, tapos, let's say, baba ng armor mo, 50% lang yung reduction. Pag pindot mo sa kanya, magiging 58. Magiging 55. Hindi mo ramdam yan? Hindi mo mararamdaman na mas dumali kumombo ng mga monster dahil mas makunat ka na. Sa akin naman, ramdam naman.
bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that
Yeah.
means you'll see way more patch changes.
Critical hit chance, critical damage bonus. Ibig sabihin dito, bigla na lang may mga bawas na malaki. Gugulat ka na lang. Pag na-auto-attack ka, biglang humahagod. Gawin natin. Ingat lang. Ito may expedition. Oh. Try nga natin to. Hindi ko pa nagagawa yun.
It's happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league.
Which we're
we just
doing.
can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now. right?
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
Yeah.
Which,
So
which I know we have that whole, philosophical discussion earlier
Iba't
about
ibang
player power.
kulay
Well,
ng
like,
hyperpigmentation.
there are many builds, many skills
Right.
that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be yesterday have spent a good chunk of the day going through
Right.
and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like a I don't want people to take away from that as being like a no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll
Yeah.
feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual like like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like the like last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we
just like
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late, and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were. I like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though is like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep... We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can, and maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but, like, the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like, we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
2 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect,
funny
that's
thing
what I wanted.
because okay, like so like it's one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted, that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff, and like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like
That's
so
good.
the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on, we've literally had like that was one work day.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure,
so
sure.
We'll try to be more
Right.
more specific about that. But yes,
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime we'll just add some checkpoints, and it's like the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted, you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like the your second, I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
Well, a big thing that's missing.
like making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that. And our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver. So even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally
Wow.
speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, you know, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts, so and they are very large, even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matlan Waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower. But I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer.
So
it is just a lot
that
of these
area in
zones are very long.
particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there, there's not an easy like it's not like okay like we other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people. But like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular
So,
area.
is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like we've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that you because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, they're always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 League Steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low-level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's
Okay.
going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
But is that like the question I was okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
it's
like
not
for
as
damage.
bad. It's not as bad.
it's not
Again,
that
you
bad.
can kill stuff
It's
fast.
it's the movement speed specifically that we're.
And the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
But you
but
don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this, and I would prefer that that wasn't the solution because then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movement ability
As
be the
said,
solution.
we have some
Yeah,
things
yeah.
on the cards.
Yeah, yeah.
We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they are good, and we convince ourselves,
Right.
damn, we should have done this before,
Right.
or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because. Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So, like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes. Sorry.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we
Yeah,
might.
I mean,
want
it's
to
the
do. If
whole.
if
They
people
go.
like it, we
They
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and
Yeah.
all that problem. And
Yeah.
hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here, but we don't really get enough sockets early on, we don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough
I
drops.
don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I would love to.
the intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant, like ability to fix issues on your character.
It's not.
Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is
so
a lot
really it's just
stronger.
to make.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so
So-
sure, there's the
yes.
power, but like I mean that's a different question again, right? Like if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be.
Which aren't
but-
necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. As a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that, and that's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now, I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here,
Eh,
as far as like what
complete na pala.
the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people? Like
quite. It might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we
That
added those quite late. We
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
end up putting them in
It's true.
any.
So that's something that we could definitely
yeah.
do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that well, casters don't
Daddy.
have
Nice.
their weapon crafting
Yeah.
bench,
And we do need to.
and
We
so
do
we
need.
want to
We
add
do need to
sockets
fix.
Dami na.
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to
Pupunahin
caster
mo
weapons.
ba
That
yan?
needs to come as well.
Hyperpigmentation.
Now there is
types.
one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the PoE1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if
Yeah.
it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this.
Well-
I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them
Yeah.
are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is, then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
It's important. It's also
oh no, you go on.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because that passive tree stuff, in PoE1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, like, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, and you like, suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are, like, very front-facing in your face and are, like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, "Hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow."
Surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough Artificer's Orb to make sure they can do that.
More
Right.
resistances or HP.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think
HP.
necessarily is a bad thing. I
Very
think that is a
small.
good thing.
No,
And-
you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as
Nice.
high as
One
like
more?
the point where just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that
Great.
yeah, like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a
that
fine
stuff.
line there for sure.
right.
But yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is
What's
a guaranteed
this
rune from Ogham Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. Again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but
Ano
also
slot
maybe
to?
knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily
Yeah.
explaining to the user what they're going to get, and so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't. That's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is
Trinket
that
slot?
now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that just as a side note. is that there
Yes,
aren't runes that give you,
resistances are up.
attributes, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And so
Correct.
that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but
So
like
long.
we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with
Right,
another
that
item.
is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why
Um,
like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the items. But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like
Yeah,
there might
100%.
be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
We'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards,
Right.
for sure. But
Kailangan
I
natin
certainly have a whole
ng
bunch of thoughts on this
better
real quick, and
Right.
I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? We were like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like because an alternate solution might just be that the
1%
resistances given
armor.
by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench in PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. So
Well, the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. What people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't do this boss. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now, what am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard but doesn't solve it in another regard, and it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy it is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah, I also think part
Plus,
of it is
hindi
that
pa
we're
napapalitan
definitely
yung
not dropping
runes.
enough gear. Like the state of my gear.
Yun ang masakit din eh. Ayun o, so sinalpakan ko nito. Hindi ko na maalis. Kagaya ngayon, o kunwari, cup na ako ng cold. Gusto ko may nadampot ako ng may lamang cold. Gusto kong bawasan. Hindi ko mabawasan. Gusto kong palitan ng ibang element. Hindi pwede. Yun yung issue. Bakit kasi hindi pwedeng kalasin to? Or palitan?
Gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like there's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well,
the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then?
But
when
that's
do you
important
think
though, because
the player...
one of the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high, and so. If we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving we wouldn't need to do that. Once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place. But what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire res, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of the majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people will find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3, so it seems like very, very
I
early
can't-
heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due
Right.
to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is as far as I understand. it.
Several
Thankfully,
times
yeah.
I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's
Right.
actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why
yeah,
that
I,
would
I,
be
con-
the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be, we should never. We're never going to rule out any
Right.
bug or unintended thing where we can
yeah,
get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I don't. Once again, I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from up from whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
yeah. I mean, even like I would say
Data.
myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're-
blue, looking for one stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable. So
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure,
that is
I've
the
tried
case.
both.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the
Ba't
reason
di
you
na ako
don't have regals
makalabas?
if you're if you know like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting.
Mhm.
Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but
Right.
you know, like that it does explain that particular one currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like that alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like yeah, it should be that the regals are the primary
Hindi
source
ako
of
makalabas.
crafted rares.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's
My
just
God.
very sensitive to, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just
Yeah.
do so probably even today and figure out what's
Awesome.
going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
So, the next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I'd say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Sorry, chaos resist and bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus, they have 2, and at 81, they get 3.
I mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, effectively ailments didn't exist
Wow,
before we
ang
changed
dami.
that. So like we need
Gusto ko to
like
na may hat.
we needed something that was
ito
going to
ang
actually
nang-
cause them to
sa
happen.
akin napili
Like,
ko.
you know, during the campaign before we got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit silly.
Ang
Do
kulit
note we
din
didn't
nito.
actually
May
universally
spots.
double the stunning. This, I know you mentioned that just to
Yeah,
clear
it was
that
only
up.
it was ailments that
The
changed, not stunning.
they
Yeah, yeah.
stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point
Met
out
may
that
kaya ako
some
na
of those
stun lock.
charms just suck because it
Yeah.
doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we were like, we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So like,
Right.
the other thing is changing those. And I know the
Wala na
resistance
to.
ones work this way as
Oops.
well. Like those just need to also cancel out the thing that
Bug.
caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it. And those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is
But
UI
6
for
is,
it.
6 is only
Yeah.
6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you
Yeah,
get
yeah,
by default.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like 1 is not what you should be running. Like 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like,
Yeah.
like that wasn't even like even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like only Frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part that you actually notice. The stun thing is separate; it's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if
so
they
the-
did do a
but-
lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a
but
bit of a
we want it
different.
to-
It's a bit of a different game,
Right,
Like
but
when
we-
you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything
Right.
involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
Yeah.
And do you think the
I mean-
implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you
Ano?
don't necessarily have to do a crazy
Tinatang-
investment or
I
path
don't-
on the tree?
I don't know
Tinatangkay na
what the
natin
answer to
yung
that
ano,
is. I have to
lightning
think about how I
dahil
wanna
lang sa
introduce that.
resist.
Like that is a one way. I mean,
Kita niyo yung difference nun? Kanina na nasa 20 yung lightning rest natin. Tapos ngayong naging 70 na. Grabe. Tinatayuan na lang natin. Samantalang kanina mahaplusan lang iyak na. Kailangan pa rin natin ng bagong weapon. Ako po. Wala, hindi tayo makapag-channel lang ano. May bago na naman. Ano gagawin ko yan? Hindi ko naman kayang tangkayin yan. Badoy.
But there might be other ways. I just
alright.
have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit like their base value. There's also just like I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So yep.
Yeah. In PoE 1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE 2 the notables are very interesting. Like it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
More work
like,
to do there,
yeah,
though.
but there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so yeah, I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE 1, so like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's
at
also
all,
just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people,
Right.
and so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like,
Right.
oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about, and that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, you know, there's intermediary grounds there as well, but yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something that's
That is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also
is
just
always true.
as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you
Well,
get
it's
it
hard
when
to
you get the
identify
notable.
that in the. It's hard to identify that in the moment because like you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice, you know, like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE 1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like, the good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So,
That's good.
well,
Well,
which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it. Or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. it seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and
Safe
builds
ones
and
plus
stuff going
charges.
everywhere and hard to think of it all. And, like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I
Like,
agree
that
with
is
that,
mostly the case.
but then shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit, and there were people that were getting one shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss, which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die... Like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And, like, the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So,
Yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail...
tank them.
No, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like, we just have to be very careful, because, like, if like, let's say that one of those big hits did only, like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do
So-
3 of those, like, of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and well, this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way. What you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
And what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like, it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and, like, bosses and, like, the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for, you're maybe getting the boss to 30%, you're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight, I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so okay, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it kind of means that, like, the boss doing abilities to be able to to the boss trying to win is and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So it's so what I'm saying is so what are you not agreeing with then about
I
that
think
assessment?
you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one shots, but even just on as a Viper as an example, right? I was having a quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper, so I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. You don't have a
Well,
good way
hang
to
on. So
regen
that's
them
not,
during the
so,
fight.
so I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well,
from
it
bottom
effectively
to
is
top all
through the
time.
flask, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Attrition via flask is what we have. What I'm saying though there.
Sige.
Well, okay, sure, fair enough. The flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
The campaign is quite attritioned.
It's
just that
way.
the kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where it can be very. It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which.
Well, okay, if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because we're specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. It is the intention that the skills, and which it happens in the game in PoE1 as well, and some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's stand in the elder donuts and the dances and the move into the lanes and the bullet hells-esque things where it's that's not really your character as much. Are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does the fake out meteor, where he starts firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way as a player I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so I understand the point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So if it is a universal. Okay, for example, would it be okay that, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where this is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. there is the thing where, like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like, this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but just
Right,
like,
yeah.
I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be
I'm-
okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one-shot. Like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit, like, too fast to be those one-shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. Like, so different from the corridor skill, there's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting, hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted, and it's like, oh great, that was
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move. Like, that's also
well, especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, like, surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing. And so, like, the amount of incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like, well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So the, like, and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like, it is people, there just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason. And I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like, the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Because that, having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. Yeah, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I
also
have
help
other
mitigate it.
questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So, I are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster Armor Break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Yeah.
We've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor
Oh,
too.
I
is
see what
that-
you're saying. Sorry. Misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to change-
be able to immediately say that.
In order
really.
to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood the
We
issue
did a
there.
few things. Like we there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it.
Ooh,
and
hideout.
There was there were too many skills converting too much into element, and I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like, it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number
But
shift,
that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like, if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like,
Yeah.
it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
obviously the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But look, maybe
Because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
Which
cloak
means,
of-
yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that and a cloak of flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of just have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been
We can
We have it
we
all.
have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take
Perfect.
anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a
perfect. Yeah, the regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah.
This sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern, because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern, and I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium
the
core
chaos-
concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh, sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well,
the,
Viper's hard.
it is hard. It is a
think
hard
I
fight.
think
Just,
she's the
that's just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But
Yeah.
like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so therefore.
What does she do that's chaos? Obviously, the big
Yeah.
purple meteor storm that
Yeah.
I want to make some changes to because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking
Alright.
clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem. And then
the
how many
spare
of the
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So,
So
all of her
just-
green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is
Yeah.
chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So, yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to
Um,
dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, I mean, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in
Really?
general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely
When
dangerous
you're
if you're
in,
playing
you
an
can't
evasion
go
character.
out.
Like
you
that
can't
poison
stay,
feels
that-
lethal.
you can't
And that's
roll
once again
out.
because the armor didn't.
The hit is
Yeah, yeah.
never chaos damage,
Yeah, yeah.
just to be
Okay.
clear. Which in Peri 1 it is. It's like half chaos,
So
half fizz.
fair.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. So it's very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to ask you a little
She
bit
is
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate. But like, yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of. Well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword,
they-
like a
yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a
Okay,
ride.
sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant
Yeah,
lions
and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to
It
regress.
still happens sometimes.
It seems
there's
to
something-
just break every.
I
week.
don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that. too.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, it will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that
Ano
you need to have.
entrance nito?
You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things.
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff, and I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody's like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which can be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be, maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern, really.
I guess it depends how
regard.
much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah, but even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I
respec.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs, really. Like, I was, like, probably about 6
16.
months ago I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it
We,
recently.
when we did the like gold model and respec costs,
Ooh.
we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what
Okay.
the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that
Well,
price.
sure,
I
but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise it-
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like, look, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision really. Like, there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
It is more...
can I ask you a
I will
question
have a
about it
salute. Sure.
then? Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh, no, and I'm like, I do understand, do be clear, I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that, like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has Ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that, like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will just be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answer sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like, it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like, there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like, we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that. I was not.
We made the
I was not-
decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
Yeah.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a a note, as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like, what changed to make that not the case? Like, I'm talking pre-release. Could you remember when the frickin' like prowlers and G14 bled you? And,
we
like,
had
it was
we
horrible?
had bleed on a lot more
Yeah.
things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on
Right.
it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers, things,
Cool.
which was also unfun, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they really removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to
Yeah, yeah.
proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Needs to be
actually
buffed.
on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so
Well,
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just how do you feel about it?
I definitely I don't know if this is just a PoE1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because like I would never divine an item, like, because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like, we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
Like, are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
it's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, is that partly
Anecdotal
also just because
feelings.
the ranges and/or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good, some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's just.
It's
goes
just
on
a
the
thing
list
that kind of
stuff to think.
happened, and then
Yeah.
like, honestly, it just went under the radar the whole time. So
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yeah. It was just something I was curious about, so I figured I'd bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases.
Well, I mean, you're just are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, you know, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as
know,
a
like,
player, it
effect-
just
effect- like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in PoE1, are there really people going around like? Surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE1. I mean, I
I've
guess it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
yeah, quite a lot
Like-
of like triple energy shield boots and stuff. Or
Right.
especially different in PoE1 because we have
It's
the
it's specialized
influence
knowledge,
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like
you,
that.
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in PoE2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean,
It is. Hindi ka
I don't know.
pwedeng walang
to
movement
me,
speed.
like I mean, sure, I do
or
not
any
disagree with
movement.
the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're
Well,
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know,
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE1, which is the Ralakesh and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like
Right.
pretty much the best boot.
right? But I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure, it is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end
it
of
just
the day,
comes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Yeah.
But I
I
mean,
mean-
whether or not it's implicit
Which
or
is a
based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of it.
comes back to the
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
need to have those discussions and
Right,
yeah,
right, right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like life sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a life sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on life sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find
I
these like, direct
doubt.
leveling uniques? Like, what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about.
Yeah.
So I just not that is not a particular solution. That
The
I would
bigger
want.
question's about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
Yeah, it
and a
does.
lot-
but something that could be interesting is that if you find a life sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level, so it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like,
fair.
that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever, which is a more
That's
a
a
thing
separate.
that's come up a bit.
That's a
more, yeah.
separate question. That yeah, that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
there'll be more
that's-
discussion.
I mean, so actually, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like. I
Oh,
feel
ganun
like
yung
maybe you
screen.
didn't like this.
Nanginginig.
I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like not so it does not that sorry, it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like
Right.
your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not like quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why there was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying if you find it at level 80?
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I thought
and then-
thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago.
Hideout
But
No, he's talking about the
unlocked.
explicit scaling.
no, there's a
No,
second
no,
thing there. I
the
thought.
second
was
one
it?
was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
In that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
yeah, but I
life
don't love
sprig.
that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And
I
like,
hate
there's
it.
a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
yeah,
What you
Yeah, I was
proposed.
just curious because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets.
well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff. That change, like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, like you will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
For
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able
Yeah.
to do something like that.
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a
No,
time.
no
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like, okay, let's say
Oh, I see
everyone's
what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And so
Game
instead of
meron
like,
akong
oh,
hideout.
all about to
Sure.
revive except for one.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
he
guess so.
died. And
Yeah,
now
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and
Yeah.
that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
and like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, like the troll in me, was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair.
but,
I mean, I think a lot of people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
so we should probably do something more like that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If they're not,
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like yeah,
Right.
like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
that being said,
Yeah.
it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's
I mean,
been a few
we
different
straight
approaches,
up
yeah.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
Yeah,
icons on.
there was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not going to miss the monsters if you
The
see them.
The
in
main
front.
reason for that is like the current way it works is it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we
um,
kind of want to like the main thing we're worried about with
Yeah.
that change is the whole you just play on the mini map, like you're not even
Yeah.
looking into the game.
But
And so
but I think that fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
Well,
I love that
okay,
change.
like,
The
do we
mini-map.
just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least
Ah,
for me.
okay. Sorry, I thought you
Right.
said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
One
I
of the
kinda do that
tests,
anyway.
one of the like when we were trying to find that NVIDIA crash,
Yeah.
the one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah, I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3? Does
Sure.
it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just one?
Probably just enable seeing the res on the menu.
I agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I
that.
agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so
expands like
there's
a
a good-
donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre 020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was
Yeah.
like, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So,
Right.
yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously, PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now, I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favored system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it? So then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
tick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems, and you just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all the classes, then
then
my
that's what- yeah.
gems, and then all gems
Right,
is
right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question. The Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching. I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about. I think with
Mm-hmm.
maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we were to had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight
Awesome.
up.
All good. So there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, it was talk because the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be, but something along those lines would be the way. I'd
Should
do that.
work.
Yeah. I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people would inherently think like warrior is maces.
What?
But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're
Oh shit.
actually, you know what it
Pangit
actually
nito.
was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago. We're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like a new it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, you know, from the very beginning you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Yeah. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter strongbox, coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before O2O went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks. Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Ito yung next na tower.
yeah.
Pwede tayong
So
pumunta
we
dito.
just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Yeah. Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
We're adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts.
Cool.
Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. You know, we're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within, like, you know, I would expect to see that within a week, probably, is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities with, because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, you know, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually, almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with, but I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. Yeah, just what do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real experience.
That's fair.
Waiting for more info and data there for sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers or numbers of mods, and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2, this whole system sucks.
There was a real like it's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you like, they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively like relatively good
Mm.
like weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
So like
Yeah.
we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, like, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So
Yeah.
like you know,
It's-
like it's just not it's not I can't really say anything about
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's
whether or
something
not
I
that's right.
haven't.
Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were
ha-
two major item systems that I
Yeah.
was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on and then would calibrate. One was
Yeah.
recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is
Yeah.
two. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is, there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, yeah, I don't know how that happens, but I saw
Okay.
that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which
Yeah.
is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's
Yeah.
fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of
Yeah.
feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how in-game is now than how it was in zero one.
I have also heard that, but
Yeah,
again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well,
issue.
that was
Yeah.
also the case for us, which is why we
Yes.
changed
So
it.
that's why
Uh,
we just were like,
so
let's
I'm-
fully redo
Yeah.
this.
So I'm the wrong
What is it
person to
gonna
ask
be?
for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So
Also
I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100%
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I think the
Well,
issue that
this-
people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you
readily
say
find-
C, do you mean when you say C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
both, I guess, like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now? I guess people
That's
want,
why I'm
like-
asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're
We,
revealed, or
just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they
Six,
were, by the way.
seven.
And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be
Right.
looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah, so
something like that, just to
but
slightly
we don't
increase it,
currently
but
have a
yeah.
distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or
Right.
it isn't, and so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see
Makes
like
sense.
some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
Yeah. But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself,
It's
I
good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community
Yeah.
in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very
Yeah.
curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So, if any of that comes up, just
Cool.
give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa and the Lightning Strike?
Well, lightning.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear. which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is their number one played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes, right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
And we nerf that. Like, you know.
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So, you know.
Yep. So, a few PoE1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, telling people, have we said anything about
yeah, I
that?
think we were like, I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
Wait, you
of
cut
May,
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we
Okay.
last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2-week
Yeah.
kind of band, because, you know, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah.
You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Should be, yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD and PoE1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of, like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so
Yeah.
I will just mention, like, kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2
Wow.
in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like
Yeah.
in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively yeah, we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2 character rigs and put them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it
Really?
requires 100%. 'Cause obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1 you already bought. So like
My
therefore we have to
God,
wait
I'm
until we
gonna-
have
Thing
full
is-
compatibility before we
And
can do that.
another thing is like incentivized to make a change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
That we have to rig everything to all
we
the
currently have
stupid
to
PoE 1
yeah,
character
we
models
have to
every time.
currently do
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means
Okay.
that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So yeah, and then
Also,
at
we,
that point we could add WS.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to
Yeah.
PoE 2 characters right now.
So
That is what
Awesome.
they're doing. So
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
it was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of things. So like it is our intention to get at it.
Awesome. Another thing that I really love in PoE2, the highlight effect. Like when I right click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality
Oh,
of life.
right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that, 100%.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
either,
yeah.
either we're just not going to.
Ooh.
Just won't.
Yeah.
My God.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is, Val orbs in PoE2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique,
Yeah.
we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So
Ayun na
like,
naman.
I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite
And then
large. Like,
most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be
sure,
fine.
sure,
But
but there's like implications
it's
for a
not-
lot of
Yeah.
like yeah. There's
Makes
just
sense.
a lot of uniques in PoE1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was
Instant
all the
Yoma.
questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. Yeah, for I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of, yeah, as I said, was just feeling a bit ugh this earlier.
No,
but yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, you know, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some
Right.
and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that, and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure all of these opinions yourself, you're part of that. But it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer like when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've
Yeah.
tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So but yeah,
Alright,
thank you
awesome.
guys so much for your
Thank
time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching
Yep.
and playing.
We appreciate it. Bye.
Right.
Okay. So wala talaga kasi yung expectation talaga ng mga player sobrang mataas. Okay lang naman. Pero yung para sabihin mo na trash yung game na, I don't think so. Kasi ano talaga siya. Kumbaga bagong game talaga siya, hindi siya PoE 1 talaga. Yun ang pinakamalaking ano para sa akin eh. Yung mga player, yung mindset talaga na sa PoE 1. So yun. Tinatry nilang improve, that's it. Ang dami ding anggulo na hindi naiintindihan talaga nung Jonathan. Talagang kumbaga parang iba talaga yung ano niya, iba yung mundo niya. Pero agree ako dun sa sinabi niya na parang ba't wala kang RNC? Hindi ka nagbabasag ng item, no? Kung parang yung ganong dating niya kasi I think totoo yun. When you raise your shield, it is increased with... Feeling ko kukunin natin to time of need. While active, periodically invokes divine blessings to heal you and remove curse and elemental ailments from you. Recovers 301 life and removes curses and elemental ailments. Actually, pwede natin kung kunin ngayon eh. Kaso, puno na to. Wala na tayong slot, I think. Anong pwede nating alisin? Itong dalawa, boost sa Hammer of the Gods. Ito, main clear natin. Ito, feeling ko, sige, lip slam. Alisin natin lip slam. Then, wala na tayong pampailaw. O palitan natin yung isa dito sa mga to. Herald, clear din to. Ang habol natin dito is yung sabog. Ito. Una ito, pag may namatay, An explosion that ignites enemy. Based on the overkill damage dealt. Oh. Pwede rin nating alisin to. Pero essentially, ano to? 6% armor buff yan. Or pwede tayo magsuot ng sing-sing na nagdadagdag ng skill. Defeat all rare and unique monster. May rare siguro dito. Ayun, sa baba, anak ng toko. May kita na nga eh. But siguro to, lakihan pa nila, I don't know. Yun o, nag-iisa na lang siya. Hello. Ay, wala pala akong ano. Yay. Map.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Sino yung taga-identify? Ito. Nope. Ito. Nope. Ito. Yep. Tapos, sino yung taga-tunaw? Ito. Pagpalitin nga natin sila. Taga-identify. Dito. Taga-basag. Dito. Ito, tindahan. Ito, gamba. Identify. Okay. Ay, disenchant pala. Nakakuha tayong tier 3 na map. Yes. Tsaka hot barya. Itong hot barya na to, ascendance ito. Importante yan. Dami natin ganito. Hot barya, level 3. Pwede na siguro natin tapon to. Okay na ako dun sa mga suot ko ngayon. Ayoko silang itapon nung una kasi baka kamatis yung setup. So, pwede tayong bumalik. Destroy 3 similar items to be reforged as new. Etong recombinator. Ito yung pagsasamahin niya yung skills. Ba't ayaw ma-disenchant nito? Quality naman to ah. Ba't ganun? Ay, iba pala yung kailangan natin. Ito, salvage bench pala. Feeling ko ito dapat dito to. Ito yung mga pinakamadalas natin pinipindot eh. Yan. Boop. Try kaya tayong tier 3. Hindi, tier 2 muna. 100% increase stun build up. Ang dami pang pwedeng tirahin dito na, ayun mga yun ubusin natin lahat bago tayo. Ayun, may torre din dito. May torre dito. May torre dito. Pwede natin gawin yung mga yon. Tapos habang tumatagal, pwede tayong mag-specialize into something. Ito pamparami ng boss. Ito pamparami ng altar. Ito increase level. Gusto kong kombohin ito tsaka yung mga boss. Gawin na natin to. Transcended monsters. Mas mahirap stunin yung mga boss. Gusto pa talaga natin yun. Ano ba tayo mas madali? Increase number of rare, reduce from critical. Ito. Mas madali ito. Kasi wala naman tayong critical. Doesn't matter. Ang mapapakinabangan lang natin is yung increase number of rares. Let's go.
There is nowhere I will not brave.
Ano na natin to?
Come here! We shall see how far you can push.
Oh my god. Gago. Nakwenta yung reward. Boom. Tapos na yung delirium. Simulacrum splinters. Buhay pa din. Buhay pa din. It's invincible. So, check yung delirium. Next yung expedition.
I put my faith in the first ones, not luck.
Oh, sheesh. Increase number of magic monsters. Attack speed cannot be ignited. Speed. Pack size. May armor break. Diyos ko, lahat ng negative pamatay. Critical hit. Immune to lightning damage. Itong una natin. Lang kwenta sa atin tong immune to magic damage. Okay lang sa atin yan. Next. Ano next? Di naabot. Tayo ako dito eh. Di naabot. Di ako makapili. Yan. Critical enemies on full life. I don't think magtatagal naman ako ng full life. Oh, chaos damage. Patay tayo dyan. Armor break. Ewan ko na. Tingnan natin. Okay, mas masarap ba chaos damage? Tapos last ito. Pag patay, edi patay. Kailangan ko iwasan dito yung mga armor break. Pag na armor break ako, patay ako. Ayan na armor break. Ah, hindi pa ito. 920. Oh. Kunat nila oh. My God. Di sila nahihilo. Sila ay immortal. Kapit. Pasok. Woo. Nag-survive tayo. Unbelievable. Expedition Precursor Tablet. Gusto ko ng Essence Precursor Tablet. So, madaming Essence. Nice. Ball orb. Meron ba? Wala na. That's it. Yung boss na lang. Bombastic. Pag napatay natin yung boss dito at makakuha tayong tier 3 na map, which is what we need. Kailangan mag-progress. What? Shatter. Bagong weapon. Tama ba? Sa tingin ko, hindi naman natin kailangan madaliin yung bagong weapon. Mas importante yung pumunat tayo. Kasi, okay naman yung bawas eh. For now. Ganun ang kailangan natin, no? Kailangan natin, kaya natin tangkihin yung kalaban. For a while. Habang sineset up natin yung combo natin. Kasi kung hindi tayo makakatayo ng ganun sa boss, wala. No normal atake natin habang paghulong-gulong. Sino to? Yung yung naliligo. Yung chicks. Yes. Iyo, sarap. Sige. Kadiri ang puta. Aray. Physical damage pa yun. Physical yun, no? Whoa, what the hell is that? Ooh. Bawas siya mga sir. 300k. Hulo yun. Nalabas na siya ng mga curse. Boom. Goodbye. Tier 3 up. Try pa natin clear yung ibang monster. Sayang. Meron pa pala ako nito. Defeat all rare and unique. Dito siguro sa bandang gitna. Oops, ilan tumama. Nasaan na yung mga unique? Hindi kita sa mapa. I mean yung mga elite. Yung mga elitista. Anong eye level ng potion ko? 61. Okay. Pagtaas-taas at palitan na natin yan para yung tipo mas magandang na mga mas mataas na tier na suffix. Uy, may kunin natin to. Ito lang, dumi na. Ayaw nakikipaglaban, tapos ang daming ang daming basura sa lupa. Hindi ko makikita yung kalaban. Wala siya.
I've nowhere to keep that.
18 monsters. Okay. Pwede na. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oop. Pasok. Oop. Taas oh. 165 lightning. Holy Christ. Kaso hindi natin pwedeng gamitin yun. Physical lang kailangan natin. Item level 66. Hindi rin natin kaya isuot dahil sa strength requirement. Oh my Jesus Christ. Wala ba tayo necklace na pwedeng improve para mag-strength? Wala. Would this be... ito nagtitinda siya mapa. Puro tier 1. Para lang di ka maubusan. In case lagi kang maya namamatay. Ito sapat mo lang. Kwenta na. Pero bebebenta na to. Nope. 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 940 armor. Tapos wala na. Tapos kailangan natin siyang i-chance. Feeling ko wala pa tayong enough currency para mag-chance ulit ng items. Yun o, 15.6. Kapag abot nito ng mga 30, tapos ito mga 15, ganun, 20. Pero pwede tayong magganto. Chance. Chansu. May strength din. Kasi hindi naman masusuot until ma-meet your requirement. Kailangan niya ng flat face or isa pang percent face. Paluin ba natin to? Save nga muna natin. Itong mga to wala na to. Basagin na natin yan. Mga pinaglumaan yan. Gumawa tayo mga bagong kandidato. Ano ba to? Artifact? Can be used to trade with Gwenen or to combine items at the recombinator. Ah, okay. Ngayon ako nakakita niyan. Increase duration. Reduce charge per use. Pwede ito. Ito pang pa-expedition. Ito pang pa-irradiates. Tago natin to. Okay to. Ito wala. Kamatis. Gamba. Kailangan natin ng kamay. Pwede. Kailangan lang magkaroon ng siguro resistance pa tsaka armor. Physical attack kung suswertehin. Boots pa. Boots din. Kamatis ang pod. Helmet natin upgraded na. Shield upgraded na. Dito tayo nagkukulang. Mahal nito 23k. Isa. Dalawa. Tatlo. Putang ama. Ito pwede to. Ito basura. Basura. Ito max roll pwede. Try natin. Resistances pa or health? Sobrang liit naman. Tignan mo yung health nung isa, oh. 119 siya, 19. Jesus Christ. Ito, kandidato to. Although, ang baba din ng health roll niya. Pero at least, gawa tayo next. Mukhang gloves na yan next natin gagawin. Dumadami na kandidato natin. Meron pwede ding boots. Madami din tayong kandidatong boots. Ito 25 English moves. Actually, paluin na natin to. It's time. Health or resists. Yun lang. Health, resist. Wala masyadong hinihingi. Rarity, not bad. Health or resist. Movement speed talaga eh. Actually, gagamitin ko na to. Tingnan mo yung takbo natin. Ganyan tayo tumakbo ah. Pag pinalitan, iba oh. So mawawalan tayo ng 253, 185, almost. Mawawalan tayo 65 life. Mawalan tayo ng 17 cold rest. Okay lang yan. Mawalan tayo ng 10 lighting rest. Okay lang din. Sige. Tago muna natin to. Just in case. Ilan na armor? Mas mataas. Okay. Movement speed is king. Bagong map. All right. Parang gusto ko i-juice to. Oh, may ganito pala tayo. Pag ginawa natin to, meron 33% chance niya tamaan yung movement speed. Okay lang naman kasi sa akin kung mawala yung mana tsaka rarity. Basta mapalitan ng health or resistance. Pero, pag tinamaan yung movement speed, puta basura to. Meron pa ba tayo ibang pamalit dyan na may movement speed? Wala. Actually, gagawa muna tayo ng ano. Gawa muna tayo ang mga next na candidate. May isa doon, 100 life po. Oh. Sheesh. Parang gusto kong tirahin to. Pag ito nagkaroon ng movement speed, 25% movement speed. Strength. Kailangan natin yun. Gawin na ba natin? Gawin na ba natin? Movement speed. Strength. Wag muna. Wag muna. Ipon pa. Ito, kandidato. Ilagay sa gitna. Ito din, okay din to. Okay. Okay itong lahat actually. Pwede ba iba-iba? Like, iba-iba. Paano pag gamitin tong recombinator? Hindi yan. Ito, reforging bench. Oh, paano i-reforge? Hindi umilaw kasi hindi sila similar. Oh, similar naman to. Ah, hindi. Bulwark Greaves. Ito, Elegant Greaves. Ito, Elegant Greaves pa. Reforging. Item level na to mga to. 52, 61, 61. Sige nga, try. Movement speed. HP. Resistance. Hindi ko alam. Sikreto. Okay. 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 Okay, let's just do maps. Done. Irradiated boss. Ano to? Ah, breach. Hindi pa tayo nakatry mag-breach. Try kaya natin. Oops. With our new and improved movement speed boots. Bilis na ngayon maubos ng mana natin. Tumaas na kasi yung level ng mga skill talaga. Yun. Need mana. Bad trip din na kailangan ng mana pa ng warrior dito. Sa PoE 1 wala. Usually inaalis lang yung mana. Ginagawang HP cost yung mga skills. Ba't di ako nakagulong? Naipit ako. Ano to? Kunin natin to. Dalas na maubos ng mana, shit. Isang sigaw. Kailangan ko nang mag-start mag-ipon ng mga base na gloves. Medyo okay na muna ako sa boots ko dahil napakahirap humanap ng move speed boots, sobra. Siguro yung move speed boots na nadampot ko, ano lang yan, pangalawa. Hey baby. Nahanap ka? Mag-ipon kaya ako ng ganito. Mag-ipon kaya ako ng ganun. Kahit mga basura. Yung nilaglag natin dito to. Kasi kailangan na rin natin ng weapon. Nararamdaman ko na yung kahinaan. What? Ano yun? Lagyan may mga golden feathers. The peck. Ang bilis pa sumabog na hindi ako nakagulong palayo. Ganito dapat ang kaso level 45 eh. Ganito dapat iniipon ko eh. May increased and build up. Black chance. Fire resist. Same. Armor. Ilan armor ito? 144. Bleh. What the hell? What the fuck? Huh? Ano to? Ha? Hindi ko mabasa kung ano ginagawa niya. So siya pala yun. Paano ko papatayin yun? Paano ko tatangkahin yun? Sige nga para mabato siya nung... Ayun oh, putang ina oh. Ano yun oh? Oh. 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 Patay din ako, putang ina. 3 death na yan. Ilan na lang? 2 na lang. Dapat sobrang ganda niyang of the infinite na yan ah. Ano ginagawa niyan? Of the infinite. Dapat yan, you will be 100 times stronger. Attribute modifier, wala lang. Pag ginamit ko to, sa magic item, pwede ako magka-dex, strength, or int. So dun pa lang 33% success chance na dahil strength ang gusto natin. Ang problema pa, kahit makakuha siya ng strength, pwede rin siyang maka low tier na roll. Kung tipong pag-click natin sa kanya tapos makakuha tayo ng 30 strength, ganon, 25, okay na ako dun. Pero pag kinlik mo tapos 8 strength, kamatis. Yun is kung strength pa yung makukuha mo, ha. Makakuha ka 100 int. Tumama ba? Huh? Tumama naman. Susunog naman siya. Ano siya? Cold resist? Eh bakit fire yung label? Hindi ko gets. Ini screenshot ko. Leech life. Sa totoo lang, parang mas gusto ko pa mag-leech ng mana kaysa life. Gagamitan ko ng lalagyan ko nung reduce mana cost yung sigaw. Ito itong Warcry 124 mana yan. Gamitan ko ng 50% reduce mana cost. Weakling.
These invaders will not find an easy conquest.
Hello. What? Hello. Ang dami. Tapos na. Yun lang yung event.
Ray class is protected. Tell
Boop.
your master.
Boop. Boop, boop. Ah, 4 sockets. Yes. 4 sockets. Beep, 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 beep. Ito na naman yung wisp. Para namang hindi kasi gumaganda yung drop kahit i-upgrade niya. Lumalakas yung kalaban, hindi gumaganda yung drop. Dito. Boom. Nararamdaman ko na dumadami na yung mga dumadami na yung mga gold items, yung mga rare items. So, kaka-farm natin, pwede na tayong upgrade. Oo, okay pa yung okay pa talaga yung damage, yung defense ang kailangan natin. Nice, exalted. Tapos na pala. Yun yung first time nating makagawa ng breach. Ayan, so pwede na rin tayong mag-push ng breach content. Ang question is, ba't wala talagang essence? Baka ganun lang talaga. Baka meron lang talaga itong mga to. 1, 2, 3, 4, tong 4. Gusto ko ma-push to. Contain essences. Kasi sa essence, ang maganda is nagagaranti mo yung at least one mod na gusto mo. Kung naman gusto ko ng physical damage, pwede akong gumamit ng attack essence. So pag ginamit ko siya sa normal item, guaranteed meron siyang isang mod na gusto ko. So kumbaga bumababa yung chances of failure mo. Chaos damage. Punin nga natin to, ang tawag dito. Heavy Great Hammer. Na Breach, Expedition, Ritual. May isa pa eh. Ito, Delirium. Tapos etong mga to ay in general pampalakas lang ng This means mas madaming boss dun sa maps. This means mas mataas yung level ng mga monster. Ano yun? Nakakuha akong body ron. Ito mine. Meron tayong 4 na tier 3 maps. Mag-start tayo ng tier 3 maps pagdating natin dun sa ano, sa ibang tower na dito siguro. Ano pa to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Kunin pa ba natin to? Ito siguro. Pwede natin kunin, may boss. Pag may boss, pinatay natin yung boss, makakuha tayo ng next tier na map. Pack size. Bakit natin ginaganto? Negative lang ang lalabas dyan. Oh, ba't ko ginaganon? Bakit ko ginaganon? Dapat di ka na ginaganon eh. Yung prefix laging pabor sa akin. Yung suffix laging hindi. So pag may nakita ko may prefix, dapat hindi ko natirahin ng... Pero tumataas yung waystone drop chance eh. Tama ba? Dapat pagmasdan ko mamaya. Ay shit, di ko nakuha. What? Hindi ko alam kung nadagdagan yung waystone drop chance or may iba pang nabago dun sa attributes ng map. Pero bukod dun sa nagkaroon siya ng extra chaos damage. Check ko ulit later. Hindi ko pa na-upgrade yung gem. Sabi ko lalagyan ko ng mana reduce mana ko. So. Gago. Napalo ko. Spell on. Wala na. Yun no. Hindi ako makasigaw na. Sobrang mahal na nung mga anakas niya. Pero siguro kailangan ko ng kahit isang hindi ko mulong mana on kill na ano fix unique. Ay may itatry pala tayo na ano filter, bagong filter, since di ko maintindihan yung filter blade. Mukhang mas simple siya. Actually that gawin ko na ngayon yan eh. Para matest na eh. Yan na ba tayo katagal? 3.5. Ang oras na ba? 3. Tigil siguro mga 5. Hindi ako komportable kung nasan yung ano ko, yung mana potion ko. Pili ko dapat ilipat ko yun. Saan ko ilipat? Z. Try ko kaya na Z. Okay. Nagamit ko naman siya. Comboed. Dalawa na pala ini-empower na tong Infernal Cry natin. So, okay. Dalawa na ang ini-empower ng Infernal Cry. Kung tandaan yun. Yan, may isa pa oh. What? Nag-teleport sa likod ko. Like a genius. Teleport sa likod ko. Pine-perfect strike ko siya. Nag-teleport siya. Boom. Tapos na. Yun oh. On time. Pwede palang ganon. Thanks, anak. May baril na naman. Pang-ascend. Pag mag-a-ascend tayo, kukunin ba natin yung armor para maging 80% armor tayo? Kasi yung isa life. Ito yan eh. Either max life or armor. Feeling ko gusto kong kunin yung armor. Para talagang hindi na natin halos pinapansin yung kunwari may madaming mob. Kung wala rin silang skill, wala rin silang mga special elemental at chuchuchu, hindi natin sila papansinin. Tayo lang tayo dun sa gitna. Parang less things to think about. Ang titignan na lang natin yung talagang mga bumabana talaga na kung ano-anong magic. Ay puto si Jin, ayoko nito eh. Ay. Mas madali na siya ngayon. Hindi na sobrang likot oh. Nung nakalaban natin yan sa campaign. Bale wala kahit istanin natin. Hindi umiilaw yung mga ano niya. Alipores niya. My God. Goodbye. Hindi natunaw. Hindi natunaw. Hindi nag-ignite. Goodbye. For real, sis. Exalt. Tier 3. Yes. More yellow stuff. Makaka-farm din naman pala talaga ng ano. Makaka-farm din talaga.
Fear will best you.
Putang ina na stun. Iyak. Hindi gumagalaw yung ano ko. Hindi umandar to. Stone charm ko. Pero na-stun ako. What the fuck? Useless. Useless. Stone charm. Oh, ayo. What? Where is my mouse? Oh shit, my mouse died. Meron ba tayong double A battery? My mouse died. My mouse died. Good thing I have spare batteries. There you ghost. Buti na lang, meron tayong instant healing na... Ito ba siya? O ba yan? Ay, o ba siga dito? Boom. Ang ina mo. Ultimatum, completing this ascension trial will not grant. Okay. Wow! Mas komportable na tayo sa tier 2 maps ngayon. Very nice. Lalo na kapag nakapag-upgrade tayo ng kamay. Oh! Unique pala yun. 15 move speed. Chichichi, ang ganda sana nito. Pero no. What? Implicit niya, life? Ba't walang ganyan sa heavy armor? Minus 20 to maximum valor. Banners always have maximum valor. Para dun sa mga skill na ano. Yun yung parang mga flag sa likod eh. Yun yung mga aura skill ng ganun. Level 15. So, Bone Shatter 15 na. Hammer 15 na. Perfect Strike 15 na. Ano na lang. Wala yung mga cries na lang. Tsaka lips lang. Unahin na natin lips lang. Ay, tapos ano nga pala, lagyan natin to. Ito pwedeng lagyan ng support gem to. Ito. Rage. Ang kumakalabog sa labas na lang. We have returned. Ano ang pwedeng ilagay natin sa May Strike? Break endurance. Ang ginagawa nito. Ba't nag-freeze yung game? Ano na? Naghang yung game. What the heck? Sa stream, gumagalaw siya. Ayun, igagalaw ko siya. Pero yung screen ko, may nakaharang pa rin na... The heck? Ayaw sumara ng skill page. Weirdo nun. Pam 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 pam. Break endurance. Chance to gain endurance charge. Pag naka-break ng araw. Melee physical damage against bleeding enemies. Habol. Hindi na alam yun. Inflict blind. Cannot inflict blind. Poison by bosses also breaks armor. Wala tayong poison. Kuryente, combo, deep freeze. Ito nga muna. Nasaan na yun? Internal cry. Lagyan natin ng isa pang butas. Tapos lalagyan natin ng reduce mana cost. Oh, ba't wala? Oh? Oh shit. Sinayang ko yung gem ko. Wala akong pwede ilagay sa kanya. Wala. Wala. No, shit. What a waste. Paano ko malalaman kung pwedeng butasan o hindi? Ano kaya yun? Parang tanga ang puta. The fuck is this game? Kunin ko na kaya ascendancy. Feeling ko dapat i-try ko nang kunin yung ascendancy. Gawin muna natin tong dalawa para magkaroon tayo ng mga ano. Pampakunat. Kasi ang hirap nung walang pampakunat eh. Test of cunning, test of will, test of time. Ano ka magagawa yung mga ganun? Ito yung mga alam ko na pampakunat ko. Max resist, max honor, honor resist. Ito max honor, ito max honor tsaka ito honor resist. Boss stake, ito honor resist din. Resin nga natin to. Try na nga natin yung totoo. Baka sakaling makalusot na tayo. Dalawa naman sila eh. So ganyan ang setup natin. 14 honor resist plus 33. 47 plus 16. 47, 63 honor resist. Sige, try lang. Uy, may move speed na tayo. Mas mabilis na. Goodbye. Putang ina, tumama. Oh no. Oh shit. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Uy, ako na. Uy, na. Tinamaan ako one time. Na-block ata. Tumunog yung parang tunog na bakal eh. Oof. Oof. Finish. Dapat nawawala na yung mga monster pagkatapos mo mahanap to eh. Susunod pa dito yan. Yung sundan. Sacred water, restore honor, restore honor. Merchant offers 50% fewer choices. Offers only one choice. Dito, tas dito. Defeat the ritual casters. Okay. Okay. What? Ang dami. Ba't ang dami? Dati pa isa-isa lang yun. Hindi pa rin. May isa pa. The heck? Oof. Hindi pa rin tapos. May nalagpasan ako? Saan? What? Hmm? Patay na bug's life. It's a bug's life. Ayun. Kala ko bug's life na eh. Water. Water key. So dito, tapos dito. Sarap na may movement speed oh. Bilis na natin dito. It's so good. Bahala na kayo dyan, bitches. May isa pa. Naku, tinamaan tayo. Okay lang, okay lang, okay lang. Next. Dito tayo. Para makapunta tayo sa merchant. Eto na, dito tayo nagkakasubukan sa defeat all rare. Grabe bumawas tong mga to eh. Rare ba yun? Parang hindi. Naman, namatay, buhay pa. Okay. Temporal. Oh, scheist. Oh yeah. We did it nang hindi nababawasan ng sobra. In fairness, meron din tayo isang gold key. Dito, tapos dito. Or ito, kung mabawasan tayo. Survive until timer expires. Mhm. Putang ilong. Tinulak ako papunta sa apoy. Nabawasan tayong piso. Piso lang. 2,443 yan kanina. Nice. Sarap ng resist. Kasi wala dapat pisong bawas kung walang resist. 2. Rare monster deal 5% reduced damage plus 30 honor rest. What the heck? Yes, please. Relic pala yun. Oh, shiest. Akala ko effect. Sana yung bone na lang. Anyway, magagamit natin yan in the future. Hindi pa ngayon. Dito lang tayo. 1, 2, 3.
What did I just make?
What did you just make? Oh, that's a Coco girl. That's you.
Mm.
Coco girl. My God, ang kunat. Ang sikip, wala akong magulungan. Nabawasan tayong 40 dun. Naputokan siguro tayo ng purple. May heal. Nice. So fine. Kahit wala tayong bawas, takot na takot ako kasi hindi ko alam kung pag yung second trial ba mas mahirap na o ganitong level pa rin. Kasi 3 dire-diretsyon trial yung kailangan tapusin. Nasaan? Boss fights. Ayoko rin mabawasan dito. Alam ko yung buhay tumutuloy sa susunod na ano. Armored, vulnerable to cold resist spell. Beware of what falls. Pinapa-reset natin yung stun bar niya. Burst! The burst! Ayos, almost puno ang buhay. Tuloy ang boxing. Gusto ko to. Oo, kaya ito.
Use that well.
73 honor. I'm killing a boss. Tapon muna natin itong mga dito. Ito. Ilan keys meron tayo? 2 keys. Boots. Kamatis. Mhm. Trial number 2. Hindi pwede magpalit ng gamit. Pangit lahat ng puta. Less movement speed if you've been hit. 30% more damage. 1 fewer room. Tangina, kalokohan tong 1 fewer room eh. Yung kasunod lang ang makikita mo. Hindi mo kita yung kasunod. Kalokohan din tong damage. Kalokohan din tong slow. One close. Parang gusto kong i-take yung damage. Sige nga. I don't know. Baka mistake yun. Kung mistake, de mistake. Titira yan. Putang ina, yan ang sinasabi ko. Yan na sinasabi ko. Yan na. Ba't biglang tumakbo? Ay siya. Ayaw niya lumayo dun sa ano niya. Talino. Gago ka. Ina mo ka. Lumayo! It's a genius. He's a genius. Tinake ko yung damage na yan kasi ini-expect ko na My god, GGG. Really? The normal attack. Normal attack. It's the vision. It's the vision. Normal attacking. Normal attack. Normal attack. Normal attack. The vision has arrived. Push buhay natin, pang inang vision yan. Putang inang vision yan. You can't be faster than the monsters. You must not be faster than the monsters. It's you. The game is bad. Pero yung mga monster pwede mas mabilis sa'yo. Ina mo, Jonathan. Busang buhay, oh. Putang ina. Bus. The intent is inaka. Bahala ka dyan, pangit. Burdens you with an affliction. The affliction, you have no armor. Iyak. 1479. Lord of my God. $70 damage yun. Isang atake lang. %50 life. Sige nga. Game changing. Kamatis. Walang kwenta. Take affliction. Ang inang yan. %50 life. Ano kaya yung affliction? Monster remove 5% of everything. Okay. Acceptable. Potato. Bakala na kayo dyan. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hindi pwede. Lord of Lords. Oh shit. Run. Your mother. It's ugly. Do we take another affliction to heal? Na. Masyadong random yung affliction. Buti sana kung alam ko kung ano yun. Kung alam ko sana kung ano yung affliction, pwede ako mag-decide. Random eh. Mhm.
Swift magnificence. Relish your mortality.
Wala akong choice. Sabay defeat all rare monsters. This is getting bleak. Ayoko na. Maubos buhay natin dito. Wala akong choice kundi sabay yung dalawang rare talaga. Hindi pwede isa lang. What the fuck? The vision. The vision. The intent. The visional intent. Vision. Intent. Vision. Intent. Vision. Vision. Intent. Intent. Vision. Vision. Intent. Vision. Intent. Vision. Shit. Vision. Intent. Intent. Vision. Intent. Vision. The intent was, the vision was. Neto, mulan ng kidlat, hindi maiwasan. Gagawin ko dito. Vision. Shit. Vision. Intent. Subuhay ko. Tinangkay ko yun. Vision. Intent. Vision. Intent. Vision.
Kasi sila sa 6th grade sila into dapat
50% life. Pwede ba yung may heal, tas heal lang? Yung normal na heal lang. Just heal. That's it. Two ancient guardians await me ahead. Jesus Christ. Vision! Puta, tinatamaan din ako eh. Walang... Ay, ng AOE, anong malaki pa sa titi ng negro, puta. Vision! This is bullshit. Bullshit. May atake. Sobrang laki ng atake. Bali wala yung dodge. Para saan pa yung dodge? Potang inang yan. Vision. Potang ina.
exit
Vision. Ang inang vision yan.
babawi na lang ako pag creative niya.
Bullshit.
Pagkabasa ko, pinahiya. Pinahiya.
Yes. Have you found more of what we see?
Collect more other elements.
Roll ka. Bale wala. Sa pool ka pa rin. Sobra lang na AOE. Vision.
Balik yan talaga.
Vision.
Sundin na lang sa other page guard.
Kailangan normal. Vision!
Bagong galis.
Meron na tayong 5 tier 3 maps. Linisin na natin tong ano. Tapusin na natin to. Gusto na lumipat ng tore. Ano to? Ancient treasures. Oh wait. Sumpatayin itong mga boss para dumami yung maps. One, two, three, four, five, six. Vision. The vision is here.
More swamps, more trudging.
What? Okay.
Bakit nag-nitpick?
Kala ko. Ito lang yun. Ah, pagbibigay ko. Pero ang bonus ko,
Meaningful combat. Vision. Intent. Meaningful combat. Vision. Intense. Meaningful combat.
Meat creature.
Knock yourself out.
Ano yan? Phone mo? Okay. Yeah? Okay, wait lang. Tapusin ko lang.
Okay. Yeah! Yeah!
Nara, pag tinawag ka ni Mami, hindi wait lang, hindi rank game to, yung mga ganong ano,
Wala naman ang ginagawang
I don't, wala, walang anything bukod dun sa sinabi ko, or else, akin na, yun lang yun, di ba? Simple siya, wala siyang complexity. Wala siyang, sa ganung sitwasyon, sa ganitong sitwasyon. Wala. Tinawag ka ni Mami, bitaw. Tinawag kita, bitaw. May kailangan kang gawin, bitaw. Hindi bitaw, akin na. Simple. Walang extra rules, walang extra anything. Di ba? Wala naman akong something, ma'am, madami something. Hindi. Bitaw o bigay.
Now I'll enjoy collection of hyperpigmentation. Nara, she'll show you the collection of hyperpigmentation.
Station. Okay.
Ito. Crazy. Yung pinakauna ko to.
Gusto ko yung black na may hat.
Ah,
Napaka business-like. Buhay pa rin.
Disney!
The vision. The intent. The meaningful combat. Vision. Intent. Meaningful combat. Vision. Intent. Meaningful combat.
Ah.
Double rest.
Nara, in this thing, can you find
All it needs is HP or armor.
ating hyperpigmentation?
Doon.
Ituro.
Isa mismo.
Let's say walang armor.
Nakita.
Ituro mo
2%.
kasi.
Cold and lightning will get
Saan part?
almost cap.
Spot?
Yep.
Aba?
Words.
Ah!
I just mean, hindi ko talaga siya nakita. Tapos I think you need that.
Paano magkakaroon ng third socket?
Hindi mo siya nakita. in the first
Ito.
place.
How to get third socket. Ball orb.
Hyperpigmentations. Gusto ba yung isang kaklase? Drawing niya yung mga yung mga Dante's World characters. Yung
Bal-
mga hyperpigmentation heads. Pero like, what is that kind of shit? That's deep. Why is this guy covered in black? What is this guy not going into business but has a business hat? Why do you
Armor?
like
Health.
some
Armor. Okay. Now we don't get armor loss when we trade this off, but we get cap lightning and cold, or almost cap cold, and then we can socket and get fire. 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 What the fire? Fire. Fire?
may Easter egg sa pinaka-paborita kong character.
Where is my fire?
Tapos yung mga bald people rin dito sa Dinron. Ayun here.
Desert.
Sige, they're bald.
Hmm.
Tulad ni
Iron.
John Ford.
What? Ooh, much better. Much better. I could have used. How about fire resist? Fire resist. Replace. Yes.
Yung
Cold. 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 I can socket my boots. And then get even more fire resists. 10? Sure. Ooh. Should we keep investing on these boots? Health, armor, resist. That's all. Life regen. Okay. Armor. Okay. Stun threshold.
kaya pala eh.
Naririnig ko yung...
You can get resist galing dito sa ano na. How about here? I want Fire res. Give me fire res. Increase flask life recovery rate. 460. It doesn't show. One more.
Mapalo.
Resist. Chaos res or fire res. Charm slot! Charm slot! Why is that big? Why is it big? Because I can remove shafts. So ignites poison. I just don't wanna be stunned.
Pili ko ang healthy ko pag kumakain. Like,
Okay, that's it. Inaagaw na ni Amayan yung PC. GG.